Hi, welcome to the stream. And in case you watch us later on, yes, it's a stream. It was recorded on Twitch. Sorry. Or if you watch this on Twitch, well, it's just what you expect, right? Anyway, we're in Indonesia. In Indonesian League 1. Freshly promoted, I guess. 4 matches into the season. We had some cup competition going on prior to that. And we had some additional friendlies in between those. Things did not go that well, but we've been a little bit unlucky, I would say. We should have won the match against Borneo, and we should have drawn the match against Bali United at least. In both matches, I think. We were doing fine, more or less. Yeah, with the exception of the result. So, well, what can you do, right? That said, maybe we can make some slight changes for the next match. And considering the amount of playtime they went through recently, well, they're more or less spent, so we need to rotate anyway. Which isn't much of a problem, I think. First of all, let's talk to the players though. Off to a great start already, right? Yeah, so Pranata didn't play. His training is barely okay. I guess for his age, it's fine. I still regret extending his contract though. To a degree at least. 7-0 did play last time out, and I think his goalkeeping was, well, not good enough. I wouldn't necessarily say he made mistakes, so overall it's okay. Even the passing is fine. No great saves, definitely not. Overall though, I'm okay with him. Herman Hillman didn't play. I guess we should let him play at some point. On the other hand, he's just emergency, somewhat substitute goalkeeper, so who cares? He's a low knee. His development is not exactly our top priority. So Kipto did play. On a whopping 6.5 rating. Not good. Passing was okay though. Tackling was 100%, so I guess we praise his tackling. That's alright. And I guess we can criticize the fact that he didn't create any chances. He played as a midfielder after all. It's not his main job though. Halim played as a right defender. .05. Well, training rating's good. And the overall performance last match I cannot really criticize. That's fine, isn't it? 6.8, 3 out of 4 tackles, 2 out of 2 headers. Okay, sure. I mean, 2 out of 2 headers is not great for a central defender, but he played as a wingback. That said, he wasn't creative enough. I guess that can be criticized, right? There's no chances created by him. I didn't expect much, though. And all the talking with them, gotta be careful with that. Arianto, I think he played. Yeah, for a central defender, that's not good. I mean, 50% tackling rate, okay, I could live with that. 6 out of 8 headers, okay. But 2 interceptions for more or less an entire match, that's not good. So I'd rather not have that. Let's criticize him for the defensive performance. Okay. He's a little bit okay with that. Giljanto. Some random person just dropped me a message. That's the perfect time to drop me random messages. This training rating isn't good enough. 17 out of 18 headers though. Man. That is good. Tama didn't play last time out. Well, that might just change in the future. But with these physicals, he'll have a hard time. On the other hand, he probably does need to play next time out. Is there a clause in his contract or something? Yeah. After 15 matches. Arianto did play last time out. 6.0 rating. That would be enough for an official warning, if we could give him one, but I think he got one. Oh no, he's a loanee. He can't be given no official warning. Yeah, no chances created whatsoever, so... Infantry for sure didn't play. Negro didn't play, Svantoro didn't play, Tabuni did. 6.6 rating, no chances created. The tackling is fine though. And I guess we can definitely criticize his last game for the lack of chances created. There we go. That's a little bit better. To be fair, I expected more of him. But in his case, I think the skill set, that's good enough overall for a deep lying playmaker. So I would expect him to be fine. So it might be an adaptability issue. Nico didn't play. Apparently Ishad did. 6.5 rating is not good enough. He did play for the entire match. Passing is fine. He created some chances. None of his shots hit the target. Apparently criticizing the lack of chances created was a bit much. They might have criticized him too much recently. Or he might be difficult to deal with. I don't know. Overall, I like him a lot, but balanced personality and media friendly as well. You know, I'm not the biggest fan. Mbiri didn't play, as far as I can tell. Moody did. Which got him to a 6.4 rating. 4 key passes and 2 chances created, 2 out of 2 tackles. What can you say, really? Even the passing isn't that bad. So what's the problem with him? Well, the strikers didn't convert to chances, I guess. So I'll praise his excellent tackling, I guess. Because in the end, this rating I cannot really see in the stats. Sure, he could have won a few headers. And that's about it. And then we have Roger, or Roger, or whatever it's called, pronounced. Cesar. Cesar won 18 out of 21 headers. I will not complain about this. He didn't score though. Should have scored. Difficult to judge. So I'll just praise him for the heading overall. Now we have recovery session, a match review. There's barely any training in here. We more or less need to make it to this slot here. Afterwards, there's a lot of break. What the hell's going on there? There's no match on in any of these weeks. Seriously? There's a break for an entire month? Do they have some sort of summer break in Indonesia? I guess it makes sense. You don't play during the worst of the climate, whatever. And in this case, this is not in the winter. We're in Indonesia after all. So there's a break in the summer. A break that contains friendlies, maybe? So we would need to schedule something? Yeah. Doesn't seem like there's anything in here. Okay. So I guess the question is, what's our preferred training regime? Something like this, with a match. We'll probably do an additional training regime, but or schedule. In that case, we can put those matches anywhere, really. Depending on who's willing to come over. Yeah, why not? Okay, there's exactly one club that wants to play us, as it seems. For the entire time. Because they're all on a break? Apparently not. They're definitely spent once we come over out of this match, so we will not play them here. We could play our own under 18s here. Nah. I guess we train there. Not so convinced of this approach, but we can do that. Well, this will not earn us much money. That's good. Work rate is vital to your role, so I guess that works for me. Moody has accepted his warning without a comment. Well, no surprises there. And the schedule has changed. Sure, the match is on Saturday, so let's do it like this. There's not much to say here. Neither here. But we will have a friendly, but a match on not Sunday. Saturday here. And there will be a match on Sunday in this week. Match on Sunday in this week. And one on Saturday in this week. That's enough. Oh. It isn't. Apparently, yeah. It goes on like it started. So we will have a match preview here. This is probably overdoing it. That could be okay. Let's review here. Some recovery, just because we need it. Maybe like this. Apparently it can be changed if you drag it around for long enough. It's not very interesting, but this will probably work. Hopefully nobody gets hurt. To be fair, I didn't expect Morgan Moody to pull any trees out of the ground. I do expect him to be a positive influence for Imbiri though. Hopefully that works. And Mr. Andika Brandana is #1 player this week, I guess. And really pacey striker with Persipua. We did change those, yeah, that's fine. Two days to go. Which reminds me, I wanted to do something for, I think, a long time, and I never really did it on stream here. We have two tactics, and one of these is, I'd say it doesn't fit anymore. So we cannot switch on the fly, even though it's more or less the same tactic. Well, it has the same shape. There's different rules in there though. There's a suggestion for Imbiri, yeah. Probably not. Here it is. We lost that match. So I wouldn't say there was no momentum from our side. It was fairly even. And at one goal, that was a penalty. So without the penalty, we were really doing okay. Passing was, I guess that was fine. Yeah. We should have scored once, at least. The opposition had a lot of passes, but I mean, this is more or less in really unimportant areas. If you want to see it that way. To be fair, our passing was not much better. in unimportant areas on the wings here. So maybe there's a lack of penetration going on there. What I wanted to do is I wanted to change this tactic. Because we don't play like this anymore. Currently we play with 2 inside forwards. Maybe we should put them on inverted wingers instead, but this is also an ancient notion. This is fine, this is all fine. Yeah, so it fits like this. Shorter passing. I'm actually not sure if we want to do it that way. Generally, I'm not opposed to the idea. Also, playing out of defense is probably a good idea here. Well, it depends. Do we have good parsers in central defense? No, but they might... I mean, I guess they might still do it. Because otherwise they will play a long ball and they're really shitty at it. So let's not do that. Let's work the ball into the box. This low crosses is crap. Well, if this is okay, we will try to roll it out and distribute it to the playmaker. This all is fine, more or less. I would like to go for a high block. But that probably gives away too much space. High press, not high block. We'll try like this. Yeah, it's a secondary formation, that is. And then we'll see. Well, hopefully nobody gets injured in the next match. We might want to risk it for some of the more prominent players. In particular, that should include the captain and the vice captain, so Tabuni as well as Sukipto. I think I confused them. The other way around, but whatever. Well, okay, so I guess we do not play with our main striker. That's a bit of a problem. Maybe Ari? In 3 days. That's 1 day too late. What's he got? A type phi. Let's move forward and see. That was part of the recovery session, by the way. Them getting hurt. So our physios are doing a really great job. Scouting report says Catenaccio style. Barely any passes. They are 9th in the league. 4-4-2. I don't know what to say. Cesar would be the perfect striker for that occasion. Both are not that tall and not that strong of the central defenders, so that would be the perfect fit. Problem is he just hurt himself, so yeah. Giulianto is still so tired. Assistant management thinks we should place Halim. I don't necessarily disagree. But, yeah. He's tired, so... What can you do? How will we respond? Well, probably in a positive manner. Can I speak more about that? Yeah. Team cohesion, atmosphere, as well as support should improve. And we're not good enough yet. Yeah, whatever. We'll be happy with him. Let's have some positivity. Well, Owen is the only one that has low risk of injury overall. Great. Of those training well, it is. So hopefully we can find a few more. I would argue that we can play the under-21s or the under-18s, or whatever's left in there. That said, they are not registered for the first team, so that's not an option. Alright. Do we want to play first team players down there? When is it? Oh, it's exactly at that day. Well, Hillman will not play, so that's fine. Out of this sample, I'm not so sure. Some of these might need to play. Isha just returned from injury, so we need to play Mbiri, even though the 16-year-old would probably not make it through the entire match. Don't like that at all. Okay. So we need those that are somewhat match fit. And then we hope for the best. Apparently Utama is somewhat match fit. He probably returned from injury pretty recently. He didn't. He doesn't train well either. We'll still play him. To be fair, Utama does have decent crossing, decent passing. So, technically as well as mentally, he's really great. Physically, he's just over the hill. Thanks, man. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I could. The problem is our only striker is this guy. I'm not sure, you haven't been around for a while. So this guy has really great jumping and strength. So as a target man, he's totally fine. And we brought Cesar over for way too much money for our taste. But we don't really have a replacement. We did sign somebody, but due to foreign player rules, we cannot play him, so I guess somebody else needs to do this. Moody is not a target man in any way. Also, he's been shit and, you know, his condition is bad, so whatever. Zico, whilst being considered a striker, I mean, just look at this. He's definitely not able to play as some sort of target forward, so we would need to play him as some sort of pressing forward or something. The long balls on him will not work. He might be fast enough, but that's about it. I will probably play Zico here. Just because I don't have a choice. They are all on heavy match load though, so whatever. And then there's Ferdiancia. That's a winger. There's not much else to say. He's a winger. I guess we play him as a winger. Because, again, there's not a lot of choice here. We need to play him. Because Ari is the last one that's left standing. And, well, Ari is a striker. By, I guess, education. And he can play in some sort of target forwardy role, given that his jumping reach is 11. And, well, facing the opposition central defenders, I mean, look at this. He's got jumping reach 7. His heading is okay, but we're talking a 17-year-old with... that is 1.68 meters. Ari will probably outjump him. And him? He's a bit taller, but apparently he's, I don't know, his feet must have gotten nailed to the grass or something. He cannot jump in, for sure, in his life. Well, he cannot jump for his life, is the way they put it, right? So I guess we play Ari up front, which also means we have a lot of pace there, for some reason. He didn't train for that, though. He has no idea what he's doing up there. Yeah, the central defenders are all damn tired. Maybe with the exception of infantry, who didn't train for this role recently, so I guess we're up for a surprise. We can have some sort of ball-winning midfielder here. Is Vantoro or Eco, maybe. Is Vantoro didn't train well, and Eco's even worse, isn't he? Nah, Eco's doing okay. Both are lone players though. Nugro just got himself injured. He might be back tomorrow. I'm not convinced that this is a good idea. On the other hand, this is a lone player and we don't pay him. So let's risk it. And then we still need a central defender. And we basically have these three. All of these played too much recently. Julianto is as tired as you can get, probably. So it's either Harianto, who came in as a backup, and I mean, we're overplaying him, really. He's a level-headed center back that came in as an emergency backup, and he played the entire season. Sure, he's 23, so I guess that's good for him. Still, I don't think that's overall a good idea. So I guess we play Halim. Halim did train well recently. He got recommended to us. Look at this. 8.05 is a perfect training rating. I'm okay with that. It's not perfect, but it's very good. Problem is we played him as a right back for the last few matches. I'm not really impressed by his performances there. Also, we need a right back. And looking at this, I mean, there's 2 right backs that are registered for play right now. One of them both is injured. He will return to full fitness immediately, so I guess we play him. What did he have? A back strain. Whatever. Hurting back is not that much of a problem, is it? Maybe it is. And then we just need to determine the bench. I mean, Cesar can be on the bench at least. Did I just put Isvantoro there? That's stupid. He's not a playmaker. We'll put Negro there. That's the one I wanted to risk. So that means Isvantoro goes on the bench. Yeah, some sort of replacement for central defender as well as ball-winning midfielder. That's not great, but not like we have much of a choice. Arianto can play the fullback positions. He's damn tired though. Club captain Sukipto. Same argument, he's really tired. I guess we need Tabuni first. Yes, a replacement for the playmaker. We could play Tabuni immediately, but I will not risk our best our best and also very cheapest player. Considering his skill set, he's a bargain. And in these cases here, it's not like we have much of a choice, do we? So, do we actually leave Sukipto at home? That sounds wrong. Let's bring Sukipto along in favor of Isvantoro. Sukipto is much more important to develop, so I hope he doesn't get hurt if he plays for 30 minutes. Let's bring along Isha and Moody. Because offensively there's no one else available. And that means that Isvantoro can play in the under-21s. That's it. Where is he? Here. For a whole 90 minutes. And he can play back here, please. Thank you very much. That's a deal for today. I need to grab something to drink though. Let me process that for a second. BRB. Hi. Apparently we won. No. We drew. Still, we're doing good in the league, in the under 18s, for some reason. Probably might have to do with our talent here. In particular this guy. Yeah. As a goalkeeper he's probably okay, I still hate his personality so much. He will not make it to the first team if I can help it. Where was I? Well, we will need to get through the next match. And hopefully nobody else gets hurt. Especially not, you know, real injuries. We've had some minor scratches now. It's not that much. They do have some time to recover afterwards, though. Maybe we slap in an additional recovery session in here or something. By the way, what do you think of the transfer of Harry Kane to Bayern? Think it's a good choice? How old is Harry Kane these days? Pretty in his prime. We'll see how he does. But you Mbiri improved again. Really? I don't want to say wonder kid just yet, but these physicals, with the exception of strength and jumping reach obviously, these physicals are top notch. For any player in our league. This is not bad, and this guy is 16 years old. His name is Mbiri, but he really is Speedy Gonzalez. Well, he might be. Let's give him a... Oh! He changed his personality. Nobody told us. Well, maybe there's a mail. His personality is spirited now. He was lighthearted prior to that. That's way better. Even though he probably just changed one attribute. But this implies some professionalism now. That's great. That's really great. The mentoring is getting to him. I'm so excited. Okay. There's some guy that completes his trial tomorrow. Do we need him? No. No. We don't. Mafia Siakyan. Definitely not. Nobon Alpha Rizzi. I don't know. That doesn't seem like we need it in the squad, really. Andre Ikshan. He does dive into tackles, a trait that I do not like on a central defender at all. And also he's bad. This guy's just bad. Same as Mr. Halim here. I mean, the physicals are somewhat okay, but... yeah, forget it. Oh, also, the technicals are somewhat okay, but only technique, passing, and first touch, and that's about it. His work rate is okay too. So he can run and he can pass the ball. That's not enough. Not on our level. So, forget about that. We'll go to the match. How's everybody doing? Not great! Friggin' fantastic. So, it's an evenly matched fixture, apparently. I guess we go with the defensive formation and hope for the best. Playing through the middle seems fine against a 4-4-2. Alright, let's do this. They play with a ball-winning midfielder and a box-to-box midfielder. In fact, we should probably look at this matchup here. These two. So there's no real creative player here, right? Which means they defend well in the middle. Maybe. So it might be an idea to go over the wings, after all, even though this is a 4-4-2. He's a good passer though, not a good... This is the box-to-box midfielder. He's not that good of a tackler, and his dribbling is absolute rubbish. Press him. His composure is okay. I don't want to press him. I want to mark him tightly. Look at this. He's a good passer. First touch is okay, passing is okay, technique is okay, vision is somewhat okay. Off the ball movement is decent, but not great. He does knock the ball past the opponent, so that's a risky trait to possess in general if you don't want to lose the ball. His dribbling is absolute rubbish though, so he does need to knock the ball past the opponent. If he wants to dribble, he'll be lost. His composure is decent. His bravery is shit. So we mark him tightly, and that fits perfectly well with his bad jumping reach. This guy's a dwarf. I'm sorry to all the men out there that are 169 or below, but for a footballer, he's small, and he's lightweighted. So we give him an elbow to the face, and also stand on his feet. That's probably much better than closing him down. Which means this guy's even worse. Well, his jumping reach is okay. His strength is okay, so I wouldn't want to mark him tightly. His off-the-ball movement is absolutely bad, though. So his passing's worse than the other ones, though. So we'd rather have him take the pass. And we close him down. His composure isn't that great either. He can play a pass. His vision with 7 is okay-ish. But he will... If we leave him open, he will get the ball from time to time. But we don't necessarily have to leave him open the entire time. His tackling is good though. So he's the defensive-minded player here. We can trigger the press on him though, and also tackle him hard. Considering his dribbling is between 1 and 4, and his composure isn't that great either. So maybe we can make him nervous or something. What's with the others? Let's have a look at all of these. Is there somebody that has a... He's also right-footed only. So I guess we show him to the left. Which means he needs to play with 8 points of passing on his left foot. If we pull that off. Star player or no star player, we can probably take him out of the game. Now, I don't want to overdo it with the opposition instructions, so let's just have a look. This guy's dribbling is too good. He is absolutely incapable of jumping. He's glued to the floor, apparently. He's also really weak. And not a good passer. Composure is good though, finishing is good. He's a good finisher overall. The best way to defend this guy, given that he's also somewhat pacey and has a really good off-the-ball movement, is to not let the pass be played at all. That will be hard though. This one is rather pacey too. He has fantastic off-the-ball movement and no jumping reach whatsoever and no strength. Really hard to defend. So they are perfectly suited for some sort of counter-attacking footballing style. And they will have, well, they will find spaces, but they will not find the opportunity to force their way through. Not against our central defenders. So if they don't find an open space, they don't stand a chance. Problem is, I cannot really do anything to them. Their dribbling is too good, and I don't know. Tight marking with that off-the-ball movement is not a good idea. These wingers, this guy could be tight marked. He's also somewhat dangerous. But tight marking on 10 points off the ball movement, I don't know. This feels like a case of just leave it as it is. He's damn speedy, but his off the ball movement is really shit. So that's a case of a tight mark for me. He might outrun his marker though. If at some point he gets it and manages to get away from his marker, his pace will help him a lot. And 16 points of acceleration, that's fucking hell. The thing is, we have Utama on that side. Utama is damn slow. So that's even worse. If he gets away from Utama, he's through. On the other hand, Utama is a really great man marker overall. With the exception of the physicals, he's got good positioning, good marking, and all that stuff. So we could tell Mr. Utama to mark that guy tightly. If I can find him. Utama's on the left, so that would be the right one. Muhammad Firmancia, yes. Is that the one? Yeah, exactly. So we tell him to mark him tightly. Or maybe not, come to think of it. No, man marking, not tightly. Nobody said anything about tightly. Yeah, we tell him to man mark him. So he's marked all the time. He will probably not get away from him most of the time. Bastian. Not a great crosser. Dribbling's bad. That's also a case of close him down, I guess. These guys dribbling is even worse though. In particular this ones. That's so bad. That's so bad that we trigger the press on him and tackle him hard. His composure is also 6. His composure is 8, so I don't want to do that here. Is any of these two a good passer? 6 points. 2 points. Yeah. So we triggered the press on the 2-point guy. Definitely. Because, whatever. Even if we do not get to him in time, his passes will probably be misplaced. The goalkeeper has no first touch whatsoever. Passing's not that fantastic either. Ball distribution is okay overall though. Composure is bad. So in one-on-ones, which he's also bad at, composure as well as one-on-ones, he's not good. We want to do counter-attacking against this guy. Or face him with one-on-one situations. So hopefully we'll get to do that. I really regret not having Cesar available for the first team. On the other hand, that's an opportunity for Ari to score a hat-trick, so why not do that? Let's go. Halim is roused. Okay. Cheers. I learned today that there's a drink that's called a naked bitch. If I'm not mistaken, at least in Germany. Which is vodka with water. At least I seem to remember it's called that way. Let me Google that. I probably told a story that's not. Oh, yeah. Don't Google that, never mind. Yeah. Well, it was worth the effort. Apparently everybody expects us to lose. Apparently they also felt the pressure. So we will encourage them right now. This is also a bunch of players that is either a bit younger or not really first team. Or plays out of position. Infantry also, well, you know. He's still not excited with us. We've been prolific. Yeah, he will. There's people in the stadium. So... hopefully we will not be put to the knife by counter-attacking. We do try to play defensively ourselves. We do try to go with more of a shorter passing style. So... hopefully that makes some sense. Let's skip that. And Ari will be our striker, so we have some pace too. Which reminds me... you know, 2 seconds into the match. It's 6 seconds, whatever. Their central defenders are rather pacey. So we would not have stood a chance. From that perspective. Overall, I think the central defenders, well, not only the central defenders, everybody in this team is rather pacey. In the opponent's team. So we have a bit of a problem there. We gotta score against them in another way. Harry loses the ball. Not good for a striker. Never. That's the pacey poacher. Romancia. Yeah, that's an easy one for Owen. Let's encourage the entire team. Nice passing by Ari. Zico. Okay, he finds Ferdiancia. Out on the wing. Who goes with the cross. And that's a corner. Let's see what Utama does to this. He's a good corner taker. Oh! The goalkeeper dropped the ball. And we didn't capitalize on this. Imbiri, that's not an offside. It's nothing else either. So we didn't even have a chance. Simatupang, Imbiri, Eco, Simatupang again, Infantry, lobs the ball forward towards Ari. Is this offside? It isn't. Another corner. Well, we should probably focus on set pieces, come to think of it. Because our... where is he? This is Utama. Well, okay, his corner taking is 6, so I take that back. Still, I think targeting Ari after corners probably gives us more chances and not less. After all, he's taller than everyone else. Utama will take another one. Not bad. Nah. Not good either. Oh, Imbiri. You cannot lose the ball like that. So it's 1 versus 5. Well done by Simatupang. We'll take that free kick. Hopefully nothing happens. Aldiancia, Firmancia. Oh, well, I guess well defended by Utama. Did give away a corner though. Same here. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Firmancia will take that one, out swinging. Easy. And Utama's defending is questionable in this situation. We face another corner. Firmancia will take that corner again. Same here, outswinging corner. Well defended at first glance. And that's side netting. Owen didn't even react. I don't know if he saw it. Long ball by Owen. That's specifically not how we instructed them to play. Oh, come on, Negro. Well done by Otama. Halim, Eco, Negro. Infantry. Simatupang. There's so many players available there that you can pass the ball to, and you decide to go with a long ball. Bastian's long ball, that's not offside, is it? It's over though, or ways away from the target, so we got lucky. We didn't have a single chance yet. Bastian is on a yellow card now. Which one's Bastian? Okay. It's on the left defensive side. He's a decent tackler though. Gets forward a lot. Not sure. I don't want to focus down that side. Negro. That's nothing. Neither is this. Negro. Infantry. That's yet another corner. We take those. Otama's corner. Ari. That's the first chance. So, if only he would be able to hit the target. Corner wasn't that great. But I think you could, you can see the concept. Firmancia takes a free kick. That's not that well defended, and it clips the crossbar and goes over. That's the best chance of the match. That's specifically not how they're instructed to distribute the ball. Let's play out of defense. And we'll try to roll it out. Apparently they cannot find the playmaker. In fact, let's change that too. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Distribute it to anyone. There's enough players here that can do some sort of build-up play. And this doesn't work so far. Well, in particular if Imbiri is the one to go for the header. And that's just what I feared. Box standard counter-attack through the middle, and Cavor is just faster than what we have on the pitch. It's not even Halim's fault. I think the pass should have been avoided in that case. Probably Eco's job. Or maybe even Infantry's. Yeah, well, not great, isn't it? Negro. Negro clips the crossbar. Oh. Not a bad one. So close. Eco gets a warning. As a ball-winning midfielder, probably not good to be on a yellow. That should be offside. Oh, Simatupang. Why? Just leave it. Infantry. That'll find Nugro. 4 against 3. That's not a good long ball. Eco. It's Eco. It's not offside. Eco again. The ball with the midfielder dribbling. Simatupang with a cross from deep. Ari! It's offside. Okay. Yeah, and Halim is tired already. I feared so much. For Mancia, that's easy for Owen. He just doesn't do what he's instructed to do. Zico wins the header, Ari doesn't win the duel against Iqbal. And we face another long ball. Oh, okay. It was offside this time. Halim with a free kick. Finds Ari's head. Imbiri, Verdiancia. Nugro. Utama with a cross from deep. Ari, it's over. And yet another offside situation. Protama takes a long kick. Nugro wins the header. Ari did miss the opportunity to find Imbiri. Verdiancia, great job. Verdiancia. We do seem to find some space. Problem is they found a better one. So we'll be a bit aggressive. Is there anyone that... yeah. Infantry has been doing okay apparently. I wouldn't necessarily agree with the rating, but whatever. I will tell every single one of these that this has not been good enough. Because they haven't been. So now everybody with the exception of infantry is fired up. Infantry doesn't care. No surprises there. He's still pissed about the sale of that Nigerian attacking midfielder. That wouldn't have been able... well, we could have played him up here. Prayogi, Iqbal. Nice interception by Halim. I feel like we're sitting too deep to really attack them in midfield. And we're sitting too high to not face counter-attacks. That's well defended. Nugro is there to pick up the ball. Can he spot a killer ball? He spots Ari. Of all the people, he spots Ari. And we got lucky that this is an offside. So let's give him another 10 minutes. If we score an equalizer, we'll probably keep it that way. Nugro. Halim. The goalkeeper was on his line though. Sima Tupang takes a corner. Ajri. That'll be picked up by Sima Tupang again. Nobody's there to go for that ball. Nugro will probably just be possession. And infantry again. Towards, I guess, target for that should be Imbiri here. Nobody got to that though. And a yellow card for whom? Oh, Fabriancia. Well. Alright. Let's risk it. Oh, I need to do all over this again. No, all of this over again. Take more risks. Crossing towards target forward. Crossing more often. That's all, I think. And he's the one with the bad passing, isn't he? Passing a 7, vision is... flare is okay. So I guess we don't need to instruct him to do anything else. Him though, his crossing is okay, his dribbling is bad. So less dribbling on him. Crossing is okay, go towards the target forward. We do have a real target forward on the bench, by the way, so... we'll try to go with the attacking formation now. Well, it's positive. For, say, another 10 minutes. See how it turns out. Turns out to be a corner. And apparently somebody's burning down. Whatever. Sima Tupang will take that corner. Well, it would have been targeted for Ari. Zico. Zico. That's a penalty. Nugro. Imbiri. Well defended. Imbiri finds Halim. Iko. Utama. Well, that's not a risky pass. Sima Tupang. That's more of a risky pass for Zico. Cuts inside. Ari. He does win the headers, the duels, overall. Well done by Halim. Utama. Spot the risky pass, come on. Yeah, that one. Ferdiancia. Imbiri. Oh, for fuck's sake. Seriously? What a chance. And he hit it straight towards the keeper. Sima Tupang. Nothing. Infantry wins the header. Nugro. Imbiri. Is this a decent pass? Apparently it is not. It was way too late. Okay, 61 minutes into the match. I'm gonna bring Cesar. Hopefully he's fit enough to do something. He's inspired, alright. In 30 minutes, can you maybe score a goal? I also want to look at we gotta make sure that everybody crosses for the target forward now. They are. There's no crossing on them, so I guess that's it. Hermancia. That's not what I consider to be marked well. Hermancia, Eco, well defended. Oh, that was very close. Good save by Simon Owen. Utama with a throw in. Nugro. Eco. There was a finish, wasn't it? Got intercepted by a player though with his foot. Simatupang. Eco. Eco takes the shot. Same as last match. Expected goals wise we should be on par. We did concede though. Nugro wins the header. Cesar lobs the ball towards Seco. Seco cuts inside. Eco. That's not offside. Imbiri. How? Take the pass or take the shot. Do something. We take the corner. Utama. Targeted towards Cesar. Verdiancia. Will we have another cross? We will. A bad one. Utama. That's nothing. Does find Cavor though. He's been dangerous. Rossini. Eco. Prayogi. Aldiancia. Vermancia. Cavor. That should be one for Owen. Nugro. Simatupang. Go forward. Eco's free. He doesn't care. Now he does. Eco. Imbiri. Eco again. Simatupang. Pushing forward. Not a bad pass. It's a bad pass. Let's encourage the team. He's anxious. We still have 20 minutes plus stoppage time. Granata, Nugro, Cesar, Halim, Utama. Target forward's missing. Nugro. Nice ball for Cesar. For Cesar. Yes! Well deserved. Really well deserved. What a nice killer ball. That's exactly what we paid Nugro to do for us. I like that. So, obviously we will not change the formation now. They barely had a chance since we changed for the positive attitude. Nimbriu doesn't win the header. Cesar wins. That's a foul. Yeah, Cesar wins that ball though. We have 20 minutes to go. Tabuni is focused. Nugro did give an assist just right now. I'm somewhat conflicted on this. I guess we could bring on Sukipto for Eco. He's on a yellow. I don't like that. Let's bring on the captain. The wingbacks have bad games overall. I want to win this match. We gotta win it. Also, Halim's friggin' tired. And I just brought on the only player that can play central defender. Diko. Nice one. Imbiri. I guess that's a bit with too much haste. Simatupang. That's the worst corner of the match. Pratama takes a long kick. Shouldn't be a problem for infantry. Halim. Imbiri. Imbiri wins the header. And Cesar is not on level with his defender. Pratama. Forcing the goalkeeper into another long ball. Infantry finds Nugro. Nugro, Imbiri, that's it. It should be it. It is the second goal of the match. by Mbiri. Saved by the old guy and the youngster. At least for now. And we will definitely go on like this. They are forced to give up their defensive formation now. Yeah. Well, the goalkeeper went the wrong way. Well done by Mbiri. I'm very happy with this performance now. So we will praise the entire team, even though it's just by 1 goal. Well done. We can waste some time now, I think. Depending on what's going on. Halim, Owen. Nice passing. Negro, Mbiri. That's not a bad choice. Finds Zico out on the wing, cuts inside as usual, finds a cross. Cesar, Mbiri again. Offside? Offside. They do have good performances. Negro. He's struggling to meet the pace of the match, okay. Negro. No offside, is it? It is an offside. Who's available to make an impact? Moody would be. For example, for Zico. I don't think Zico needs a replacement though. Cesar will play through at this point. Ferdiancia is okay. He doesn't have a great match, but I will not pull him off the pitch. Arianto could play, but why? No, we'll bring Moody. But we'll bring Moody for Mbiri. Moody's also friggin' fast. I know it's not his position. But he deserves to make an impact at some point. He's been really unlucky in the last match too. So maybe from the bench. Utama... That was targeted towards Moody. Oh. Is this offside? Apparently it isn't. It is. Intercepted by Simatupang though, who takes the long ball, and that's an easy one for the goalkeeper to get to, sadly. Protama. Simatupang wins the header. Moody. Negro. Cesar. Negro. Sukipto. Negro. Cesar again. Negro. Sukipto. Ouch. Moody. Cesar and Zico. Sukipto. Negro. That's a long ball. Finds Moody. I should probably manage more than a team in Indonesia. As intended. I got lucky. Still, that's really great. Playmaker finds a killer ball and Moody slaps it in. With his right foot at that. He's a left-footed player, I think. He definitely deserves that one. I'm very happy with that. In particular, given Moody's lack of development. He really needed a good performance. And this will go down as a good performance after all. Whatever the result is in the end, he scored. So... that's great. Well intercepted by Halim. Negro's ball again. Good stuff. We'll waste more time now. Keep the formation and the setup overall though. They barely stood a chance so far. In this defensive setup, that is. Well, let's not jinx it. Okay, Owen. They can enjoy themselves all they want. As long as they don't score. Central defenders are, well, Halim's friggin' done. Well done, Sumatupang. And infantry takes whatever he takes in these situations. Zico. That's a missed opportunity. Moody. What a ball by Moody. Cesar. Oh, come on. His ball control. Why? Cavor again. And it's offside. 2 minutes to go. We could have made it 4. Halim, Sukipto. Halim again. Yes, that's the correct decision. Halim. Utama. Decent pass. Not a good idea. And Halim wins the header. Utama, Halim, long ball towards Cesar, who does win the header. Well, it's alright. 30 seconds to go, we got this. So, performance overall has been a bit spotty. That said, Nugroho's performance, look at this, 9.1. How many of these goals did he create? With his friggin' 8 points of passing. On a playmaker, that's really not good. Zico. Zico. Bad timing. Overall though, I think we can be happy with this. Look at this. The change in tactic did pay off, definitely. And what a performance by Nugroho. I will praise him specifically, I think. With that performance, he can remain at the club. Everybody else, yeah, cool, you scored and stuff, but... wow. So, that marks the last match prior to the summer break. Did you honestly believe you could take advantage of their poor form? What poor form? They didn't come with poor form. They came with okay-ish form. Am I delighted? Well, somewhat. It is a good win. And now that shoots us right back up the table. To 5th spot. Which is not fantastic, given that some of these teams around here did not play yet, so... they'll have some problems. Well, no. They will probably... some of these will win. Who are you? Apparently he was with our club at some point. Nugroho had 3 assists and 5 key passes. He created all 3 of these goals. Wow. So maybe we should have taught him to do some passing a little bit earlier. I don't know. That worked pretty well. Let's go to the press conference. Just what did you say to them to break the... I told them they were not good enough. Morgan Moody's goal was... It basically settled the affair in the end. Yes. I wouldn't swap him for anyone, not even Joshua Kimmich. That's probably overdoing it. But let's do it. And the under-21s apparently had a storming victory. Including our first team players. Apparently not including our first team players. So we got that. Anyone new around here? Let me know what you think of this performance. Now we have 9 days until the friendly. We're 5th in the league right now. They didn't play yet. When will they play? Well, there should be fixtures somewhere here. Schedule says nothing. Oh, this is our schedule only, isn't it? It's yeah. They will all play today, so let them play, and then we'll find out. Well, we will need some recovery. In particular, I think we need more recovery. Because we had a good performance now. I don't want to waste it by hurting a player. So I will do an additional recovery session here. Hopefully this time without hurting anyone. And afterwards they're probably fine without any recovery sessions. There are some in here. For some reason. Maybe we do some easier training here, tactical for example. And within this week, same here. Well, that's even worse. This is outfield? It was outfield. Oh, this is match practice. Well, yes, that's true. We need that. So we can do tactical here, or even outfield. Let's do team bonding instead. That's probably better, yes. I don't want to hurt anyone in that week leading up to the next friendly. It's really weird. So we have a summer break, which will force us to pay the players, but they won't be on holiday. They will have 4 weeks for training and friendlies. Well, match momentum was on our side. It was pretty equal at the start, and then we went with a positive attitude, and that worked out pretty well. You can also see it here by chances created. That's really great. Passing overall was especially strong down the wings, apparently. We did instruct him to play through the middle, though, so apparently that didn't go well. The opposition had no passing whatsoever, more or less. So we restricted the space pretty well. And apparently we've been shooting pretty well, yes. So I would have expected 1.5 goals, maybe. I don't know. 1 or 2. That said, we scored 3, so we got lucky in the end. We should probably talk to all of them. Simon Owen did concede. 6.8 rating is on level with his recent performances. I don't know. That's okay-ish. It's not really bad, is it? Sima Tupang contributed nicely, and apparently his jumping reach increased, which is, I don't know. 6.3 rating though. We should probably criticize his last game. Didn't create that many chances, tackling wasn't good enough, overall his defending wasn't great. Okay. At least he agrees. Also, he just returned from injury, so given these circumstances, I'm totally okay with this. Infantry's performance, I think, wasn't that impressive. 7.1. Oh, well, I stand corrected. 17 out of 18 headers. That's really good. If only his mood could be affected in any way on the upside. Halim played through, despite being totally done with this game. 2 out of 2 tackles. Perfect tackling. Can we praise him for the tackling? We can. Utama seems quite good morale-wise, but that's it. And apparently we have to discipline him. So he'll get that. What's that for? Did create a chance. He had some key passes. Passing overall was okay. In fact, I think we can praise him for that. He is a good passer after all. Defensively, though, he didn't do well. That's probably it. I mean, there's no tackles whatsoever, no interceptions. And he agrees. So we got that. Eco. He played on a yellow card for quite some time. Not complaining about that. Passing was okay. He did create a chance, even though I do not expect him to. Overall, I think this goes down as okay-ish. I will not really criticize him for anything here. And neither will I praise him for something. Nugro. Well, I think Nugro's performance it's just outstanding, isn't it? 3 assists. Is he in perfect morale? He is. Not talking to him. His morale's perfect already. I won't risk it. Same with Zico. I don't know why Zico's morale is perfect, given that he will get an official warning. But who am I to judge? Whatever. If he's in a perfect mood, let him be in a perfect mood. Imbiri scored, in the end. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm impressed, but he scored. So, that's the most important part. 32 out of 38 passes is, for a midfielder, that's okay. I'll praise him on scoring the goal. Alright. He didn't agree with that. Will he agree with the training? He does. And all of a sudden his morale is really good. Well, we started there. Verdiancia had a 6.5 game or something, I think. Yeah. It's too good to be worthy of criticism. He did create a chance, but no headers won whatsoever. Well, 1 out of 7. Got fouled 3 times. I'm not impressed. It's too early to criticize his form, but he didn't do well. In the end, he didn't contribute much. His heading wasn't that bad, given that he played as a target man, but overall I don't think so. Granata didn't play, Arianto didn't play, so Kipto did. Barely made an impact. 6.9 rating though, 18 out of 21 passes, that's good. So I will praise his passing. I like it. He also won 4 out of 4 headers. As a defensive midfielder, I will not complain about that either. Given that his jumping reaches 7. Tabuni didn't come on, I think. Did he? He did not. Isha didn't, Moody did. Moody did come on and he did score. Also 6 out of 7 passes. 1 shot, 1 on target, 1 in the back of the net. No complaints. Hopefully he can keep it up. And preferably give some of it to the others in the squad. In particular the personality. And this guy, well, 14 out of 15 passes, so that's more or less perfect. 4 out of 6 headers is not that great for him. He took 1 shot. It hit the back of the net. I like it. So we dealt with that. And now, did we play 4 or 5 matches? We did play 5 matches, and we have 7 points. That's not fantastic. We probably should have had, I don't know, 10, 11. We could have had more. On the other hand, that last match saved us from going into the break with too much to think about. So, seen from that perspective, I'm okay with this overall. It's fine. If somebody would have offered this to me at the start of the season, I probably would have taken that. That's okay. Alright. So, let that stuff process a little bit, and I will go for a little short break and talk to my significant other. I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay. I have to grab something to drink first. Yeah. Sorry about that. Alright. So, we won. And now, given most of the matches are done, the match between PSMS and Persipura will still go on. They have 5 points now, so if they win, they might still overtake us. But in the end, we're sitting in the 7th place. 7th spot. We're 7th, whatever. So that's okay. Team cohesion seems... I mean, it needs an upgrade, obviously. But we're okay. Overall, we're okay. Keep your fingers crossed that nothing bad will happen here with respect to injuries and stuff. We will have some additional team bonding. Hopefully that will increase teamwork a little bit. The core group increased, by the way. I have a suspicion who that might be. Given that others is still 3 players, so our new arrivals didn't get included just yet in some of the social groups. But it feels like one of our players might have switched, given that his personality is spirited now. So, seen from that perspective, I expect Imbiri to be part of the core social group now. I might be wrong about that, though. Other players might have shifted their personality too. So, yeah. But the core social group should be the one with the professionalism. So, really great. Really, really great. To be perfectly honest, this save felt a bit like a drag to me recently. Even though we got promoted. But I'm more excited about player development really than about the development of the team or winning the league or something like this. I like the role-playing aspect of this. So, Edgard Amping was player of the week. Yeah, okay. 13 interceptions. And Skill-Yubo offered a contract to Arman. We still could use a central defender. Okay, he doesn't want to join under any circumstances. So we'll remove him as a top target. Let's get rid of this. I love this signing. In general. But what's happened to Bernie Goat, by the way? That's the one. Still with you, the Hawk Dolls. Playing in League 4. Fuck, man. This was one of the best players that I ever saw in this game. And they didn't include him in a way that... I don't know. His contract runs until the end of next year. Yeah. I want to express some interest in him. Okay. Okay. So he's not 100% against it. And we will keep pestering him about it. This is a League 2 team, so I think we can go with a positive approach here. And we need to get some tactical familiarity anyway. We barely have enough players to fill the bench. We can probably also remove him from the short list. On the other hand, he might be available at some point. He's a foreigner though, and in Indonesia, that's a big deal. So, I don't have a strong opinion on that. Overall. Player has reacted badly to collective win bonus. Seriously? Sir, we have a... Is it a mediocre one or a good one? I don't know. It has been okay. How's club finance doing? We are sitting at a profit of 46k this month. Which would be great, if not for the overall balance. So we're still ways in the red. Until the end of the season, we're trying to somewhat get on a better side of that one. Gate receipts are really great though. There's also some TV revenue. Cool. I wanted to look who changed the social group. No surprises. Imbiri did. So I was right with that guess. Now, the next one to change it is probably Simatupang. He's part of that mentoring group too. If Simatupang changes his personality, then he will probably change his social group too. And, well, let's have a look at the rest. Cesar will not change his personality anytime soon, so he's still in that one. Halim, probably not. I don't like that very much, but his skill set is okay. Same with Haryanto. For some reason, we have a problem with the central defenders from that perspective. Simon Owen, though, is a pro. He doesn't belong in the social group. I don't know what he does here. His training has been great. And Yulianto is balanced, I think. Hillman is, well, we don't care. But Tabuni is a vice captain. He should be part of the core social group too, at some point. And given the hierarchy, these two need to move up, and these two need to come down. I don't really care much about Pranata and Infantry being team leaders right now, But it would be better if Sukipto would move up to being team leader, and they will come down at some point. They don't play that much, and once they start complaining about their lack of playing time, we'll just sell them. In an optimal setting, obviously I would love to have a player with a personality like Moody's, not with his skill set, to be leader of the squad. He isn't though. I don't know. Even if you play him all the time, he needs to perform at some point, and he doesn't. So the best we can do, second best thing, is just let him teach other players how to behave on and off the pitch. And from their perspective, he's perfect. Well, he's not perfect, he has traits. I would love for him to get rid of these traits too. Also, his training performance hasn't been good, but let's wait until the end of the week, now that he scored. He might be very limited though, simply due to reaching his potential. That's the word I was looking for. So maybe his current ability just found his potential, and that's it. On the other hand, I think Moody is 23 right now, so he might not have reached his top level just yet. We got a news story from Valkurt. Who the hell is Celani? Okay. Well, we can still follow that. Why not? We also have a lot of lone players in this squad, which keeps it cheap to a degree, because we barely play any of those. Pay. We do not pay them. That's what I was talking about. Oh man. What's with Malik? Neither. Not with Yoljanto and not with Isvantoro. We do not pay any of those players. These are all loan players from the second league. We bought one of them, Isha. And this Abdullah guy we brought in on much too much money. He's a fairly professional though, so I don't know, maybe he'll be a little bit better than Sima Tupang, who will leave us. So once Sima Tupang goes out the door, Modiasin Abdullah will come in. And given his performances in his league, I'm okay with that. Or not. Apparently he didn't play. Well, that's not what we loaned him for. Cannot be cancelled outside the transfer window. Yeah, so they loaned him back for free, and now they don't play him. What's with their league though? See, this is in Malaysia. They are in the Malaysian Premier League, and there's a match today. So he absolutely needs to play. He made 3 appearances and a 7.7 rating for some reason. Can we scout him? No matches watched. Yeah, I mean, he'll come back and we will see. Well, come back. He'll come to the club and then we'll see what we do with him. I do think, though, overall, we should look to improve the squad and look to keep some of these players. Like Sukipto, Tabuni, build some sort of core that others can look up to. This might even include Owen. His skill set is not that fantastic, but as a professional goalkeeper, I'm okay with him being in the squad. That's what I was looking for back in Wales. I'm not sure if that sentence made sense. Yeah, but I was looking for a goalkeeper with a good personality overall back in Wales, and that's why I brought Owen in. He didn't really perform well back there. Circumstances here are a bit better, skill set is a bit higher, and despite that Owen slots in nicely so far. Sure, he concedes a goal a game, so that's not fantastic, but with time I think we can get better. Hi! Well, you missed the last match prior to the summer break. There's a friendly coming on. Apparently they have a summer break. Do you want me to spoil the result? Also, welcome back to the stream. No. The last result was not a friendly. The last result was a real league match. Well, you'll see it sooner or later anyway. No spoiler if possible. Well, you might see it later, so I will not talk about it right now. And you can watch it later in case you want to. That said, going forward, yeah, I'm in an okay mood. Let's put it that way. So we will play PSIS Senarang, and I was just talking about hierarchy in the squad overall. There's some players that I want to be core in the future, and that's basically all the professional ones. I would love for Moody to be part of that group too, but his skill set overall is not good enough, I think. We will probably... Is there some sort of getting promoted in the U18s, by the way? What happens if they win their group? First stage, all groups. Okay, and what's with the second stage? How's the rule here? After the first stage, what do they do? The first two go to the second stage. Okay, and the second stage... They still play each other, apparently. 3 games. Then they go to the semi-final and then to the... Oh, there's a third place playoff that determines that somebody... What happens there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I was hoping for an under 18 league that might get them somewhat promoted or something. So apparently our youth team is really great for some reason. Don't know why. And we should do something about this. This is wrong. Copy some of the instructions over. I also think we need to look for some sort of young player that can be a striker. He doesn't need to be perfect, say 2-star with good potential. Overall that would be fine, I think. Just as a replacement for Cesar. Well, he came into that's not a spoiler per se. He had a minor injury recently, so that might influence the thing overall. Also, I think he's, tactically speaking, I think he's doing fine in there. He does win a lot of these headers, in particular in this league. Performances so far have been okay. I don't really want to mess it up. And I see Cesar's role as some sort of a serving one, if that makes sense. Yes, he can score. Yes, he does score. Yes, he's fast enough to score. But he's also there to set up goals for somebody that's really important to me, and that's Imbiri. And I'm not sure if you were around, but Imbiri's personality changed, being mentored by Moody. He went from lighthearted to spirited, which implies some sort of professionalism now. Spirited. I think spirited is between 11 and 17 in professionalism. Not sure about lighthearted. I think lighthearted had a wider range. So we're getting more towards a personality that I would consider to be very superior to the rest of the squad. And we knew that Imbiri trains well, but we didn't know if it is about the potential or... yeah, it is. It does work. It's slow progress. But we're talking a 16-year-old, and there's still significant influence on him. So, I touched that earlier. Football Manager to me sometimes is more about the development of personalities and stuff than about the results on the pitch. They go hand in hand, obviously. This stream. I seem to remember that it did change this stream because he was lighthearted at the start of the stream. Yeah, now he's spirited. There's also, looking at the development, keep in mind this is a 16-year-old. He's still 16. I cannot complain. Really. I mean, that's half a year. And he does improve and improve and improve. He does waste some of his chances. But in the end, I'm okay with Cesar laying off passes to him or a flick-on header or something. He's fast enough to get to these. And I want to serve him with some of that stuff, just to accelerate his development. Also, we pay him $30 a week. So, absolutely nothing. He will get 180 at some point, which is still utterly underpaid. So... hopefully we can extend his contract then, and we will just give him some sort of contract for 5 years if we can. No, he doesn't. And I'm not sure if I want to give him some either. There's stuff like, okay, he's friggin' fast, let him run with the ball or knock the ball past people or stuff. Sure. That wouldn't be bad, but for now he's in the group with Moody. And Moody does have 2 traits. Overhead kicks and knocks the ball past the opponent. I'm not particularly impressed with knocks the ball past the opponent, but we took that risk, having that on Imbiri. And the overhead kicks, really, I mean, to be bland about it, fuck that, who cares? That's something for brave players with flair or something. He's not really brave. His flair is okay. If that trait ends up on him, I will not be excited, but overall that's okay. Also, his acceleration and pace is better than his dribbling, so knocking the ball past the opponent, yeah. Mentals are not that great for that trait, but he'll get there. But again, same argument. He's a 16-year-old with decent mentals after all. I would prefer he would not gain any, really. And that's also due to the fact that he can, maybe, in the future, sometimes slot in on the left wing. Or even in midfield somewhere. Depending on what we do in the future. But if we will remain at this club and he remains at this club, which is a big if, overall, we might see his development and him dominating the league at some point as a shadow striker. And this will be mainly due to the fact that his physicals are good enough to do this. And that we have somebody that serves him as some sort of a, assist giver. So basically I consider him to be a core player of the squad at some point, if he's not yet. And I hope that he can get to, say, maybe 9 or 10 points of finishing. So that will mean he will score very consistently. Same with the mentals. I think his worst mental attribute is 7 or 8. He will get them to 9 as a 16-year-old. If there's any potential in him, he will get there. And, well, if there were no potential in him, he wouldn't develop, right? So, and it feels kind of weird. I want to give him as much time on the pitch as I can, given his current level. But I actually think, given that he's 16-year-old, most of his ability will come from natural development anyway. So it's more important that he doesn't get hurt. And this brings me in this weird situation where I look at Mbiri and I'm like, yeah, okay, it says susceptibility to injury is below average. Let's keep it there. Let's not play him every single match. I don't want him to get hurt all the time, because we rushed him to the first team. And this is weird because he has decent performances and I want him on the pitch. So overall, there's this weird trade-off situation where I think, yeah, maybe we should play Isha there, even though Isha doesn't do well. Just because I don't want to waste his development. But being too careful is also not good. Okay. Next opponent plays a Catenaccio style, defense-focused, blah blah. Yeah, it is. I think so too. And he comes back from injury, so that's not bad. He also... in fact, I think Isha's traits are better suited for a Shadow Striker. I don't care much about the likes to Lob Keeper. I think in general, I don't care that much about the finishing traits. His technique is good enough to pull it off. His finishing isn't that impressive, so to unlearn it is probably overdoing it. I wouldn't have chosen this trait specifically. Gets into opposition area is fantastic for a Shadow Striker. But looking at these attributes, it's just a good player overall, right? I think we can agree to that. As on this level, he's good. In particular, the mentals are good. Concentration could be better, but 18 points of flair also. I will not complain. So, we got a 22-year-old here, and we bought him for a reason. I very much expect him to play, well, whenever Mbiri doesn't. Or the other way around, really. But Isha can also move to the left wing, or even to target forward position, if it's needed. Yes. Yes, he is. But... well, again, no spoilers. So, let's just say Nugro's passing got a bit better, but it's not great for a playmaker. He's a low knee only though. We will probably keep him on the shortlist, and if he becomes available, that's fine. I don't want to bring him. How do I put this? He will not be in the first team. For now. He's also a balanced player. I like the trade on him. Dictates tempo for a playmaker is fine. I really like that very much. I also do like the fact that he has some dribbling. Right? So, that's good. From a playmaker's perspective, though, this is our playmaker, definitely. And he didn't pull off shit so far. But he's definitely way better from a playmaker's perspective. I'm not sure if I like all of the traits on him. Though looking for pass rather than attempting to score, yeah, well, look at his attributes, that's a no-brainer. Dictates tempo is also a no-brainer on him, because he's got more or less all of it. In particular, the decision-making and the composure and anticipation, so dictates tempo is perfect on him. The 1-2s? 1-2s is one of these traits that requires so many attributes. I'm not
Thanks
that
for the
fond of
follow.
it. Well, thank you very much, Adelina. Also, I have a suspicion, but let's not be suspicious just yet. There are females that watch Football Manager. Somewhere. Hi! This is a standard opening. I see where this is going. I'm doing okay. This is the start of my weekend. Hope you have a good day yourself, and yeah, but there's a problem with too many traits on a single player, Charonolid, isn't it? So giving a player too many... no, how do I put this? Yeah, Adelina, tell us about yourself and how are you doing, and I don't know, what brings you to the stream? To answer your question, well, it's an implicit question, Charonolid. Killer balls would be great on him. My problem is, the more traits there are on a player, the less impact they have, if that makes sense. And a player with good decision making needs traits less and less. So, any plans for the weekend? Feel free to enlighten us if you want to share. That said, all of this goes to YouTube later, so, you know, don't give away private information and stuff, please. Yeah, but coming back to Tabuni. We know that decision making is one of these attributes that influences the way they use their traits very much. Or, in other words, if a player has decision making 1, he will use his traits all the time. Mondays and Fridays, usually. That said, I will be on some sort of holiday break pretty soon, so yeah. I thought so too, yeah. But going back to, there's also a Hearts of Iron 3 series on YouTube that will get wrapped up in 3 days, I think. So there's some stuff going. I'm not sure yet what I will do in the future. I thought maybe doing, well, either it's Jagged Alliance 3 or maybe some Ziggurat, that's a really old game. Or I might hop in on Baldur's Gate 3, really. I like like Dungeons and Dragons and RPGs. So that answers your question too. I do a lot of tactical and strategy stuff. Now, Football Manager doesn't feel like it is in that area, but Football Manager really is a lot about tactical and role-playing stuff. And don't let anyone tell otherwise, it's a role-playing game in the end. A team role-playing game. To some degree. Or maybe, I don't know, role development, I guess. So it slots in nicely with that taste. It's kind of an acquired taste though, and I get that. Going back to Tabuni and the traits. We could remove the 1-2s. That said, he has good off-the-ball movement and anticipation, so I think the assistant manager will not agree on that. Let's try it. Is this movement or passing training? It's okay. I don't expect much from it other than having some fun, and that's okay. And if you're going down a specific way, as usually people that join the stream and start with how you're doing are, no, I will not buy anything. But thank you very much for offering. That's usually the way it goes. You're welcome to stick around though and to have an enjoyable conversation. Hey, don't do that. Also, there's still the possibility, Charonella, that actually somebody wants to watch our stream. Okay? It might be. We don't know. It might be. Yeah, the 1-2 passes we want to stop, right? He has the athletic prowess, apparently. No, he has not. So we'll try to get rid of this. There's no athleticism whatsoever in him. Well, he has the stamina and stuff, but I don't want to do this. Well, Charonella, I think we hit something. That's a sad story, though. I often ask myself, how these people do make a living with that. That must be, you know, joining 15 people's stream in 5 minutes. Yeah, I see. And to be fair, for the last few times, there's a lot of them that come in. Hi. Well, she's still here, just not watching. So, yeah. Cool. That certainly seems like good advice. Or maybe reasonable advice. I will do that once the stream gets something. But I think Twitch is more or less dead anyway. So that's probably a bit over dramatic. But Twitch has over monetized from my perspective. So I don't think it will work very well. And investing in Twitch is probably not a good idea anymore. In particular with the stream stickers, that feels like I wasted some time there. And I'm still kind of sorry, in particular about, well, towards Charonallet, with that stuff. But I will probably continue doing it for some time, and at some point I might change the platform. I think we touched that previously. Well, Arif Fauzi. He argues with officials, he gotta get rid of that. Development is good though. Okay, I hope you didn't put $100 in virtual currency. Seriously, I seriously do. I don't want anyone to waste money. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for taking that off my shoulders. I'm still, how do I put this? Even if you put it that way, and I don't want you to elaborate on that or feel, I don't know. It's just me. I'm cheap as fuck, okay? I don't want anyone, okay. I don't want anyone to overspend. And every dollar that doesn't create some sort of value feels wrong to me. I hope that makes sense. I'm balls deep into investing too and all that stuff. Okay, so Adelina, you know what? This is not the place. So it would be great if you could leave that. That's it. You're not watching this anyway, do you? Yeah. So, thank you very much. Not interested. What? He's having problems settling into the local area. Well, no, I don't. This stream doesn't generate money, and it's not intended to generate money anytime soon. I do take money that gets tossed my way. I always will. No doubt about that. But we're talking cents here. So if I ever get to the payout limit on Twitch, which is $50, that's probably a big success to me. Otherwise, I'm not doing this for my job, and there's other areas that I would invest in prior to that. Digital art comes at some point, and I respect the profession. I do not have the focus on that right now. If I would have money to invest it into this endeavor, I don't use Twitter. Also, it's called X these days, apparently. And, well, how do I put this in a friendly manner? I think Elon Musk should probably go fuck himself. So I will definitely not use some of whatever he owns. For political reasons. So, seen from that perspective, thank you very much for the offer. I would argue I will come back to you, but to be perfectly honest, there's like 10 artists a week that come into this channel and want to offer something. So, yeah. I think, how do I put this? I do respect your profession overall, and I realize that you need to earn money at some point. So, or somehow, and that's okay. So, that's why I put up with it at all. I've been struggling for a while, yeah. So that will not give you any money, but I'm perfectly willing to chat in private at some point. You can join the Discord server if you want to. Please just don't spam ads there, you know. That's not what it's for. And I had some nice conversations with some people. So, that exists. I don't know how to deal with this. I have no idea how this works. I've been struggling for a while, so he's asking for help. Will not try to sell him immediately. That said, he's not in good morale anyway. Leave of absence would be fine. Yeah, sure. That will be it. The only solution I can think of is leave the club permanently. Well, in that case... Sure. He doesn't play anyway. Transfer status. Transfer listed by request. So hopefully we can find a new club for him. That would help. Coming back to the decision making. Obviously I prefer players with good decision making overall. But, I mean, sometimes you get these players that have like 1 point decision making. Or 5 or whatever. And you know that they will just have the wrong decision every single time. Or most of the times. So to give them some traits that override this, and this is what traits do in the end, override the decision making and make them more likely to do X, Y, Z. That's a good idea. Now, if you give one of these players 5, he will not understand what to do. He'll just pick a random trait and it will still be wrong. So, from that perspective, say it's a winger. We'll slot some in, yes. We'll probably take those from the under-21s. Or maybe there are 1 or 2. Yeah, but from that perspective, I think there are viable trait choices. But a trait works best if it's not compounding on a stack of traits already. So maybe say tries killer balls often, as well as dictates tempo. That seems reasonable to me. If the player has good decision making in particular, dictates tempo, increases the amount of decision making he does for himself. With no regards for the tactic, and that's okay. And then the killer balls slot in nicely with that kind of playing style. So that's okay. Looking for the pass rather than attempting to score feels like overdoing it in the situation. It's not wrong specifically, but it doesn't serve much purpose anymore, because he will look for the killer ball already. Well, I do not have to persuade him. Persuade. Well, we'll do it anyway. So, especially given that it takes up training time, or time on a training pitch, whatever, I feel like maybe it's better to not overdo it with the trades in this situation. And that's not me saying I'm opposed to trades. You know me by now. I just think maybe sometimes less is more. For example, on Moody. Moody has, I think, 11 acceleration, 13 pace, or something along the lines of this. Maybe it switched. I'm not sure. His technicals are shit. His mentals are barely acceptable. His decision-making is barely okay. Knocking the ball past the opponent is a good trait on him. Because wherever he plays on the pitch, the only thing he has going for him is pace. And his good personality. So, he will try to pull that off. The transfer window slams shot. Transfer window? What kind of transfer window? What the hell are you talking about? We cannot register players for the league anyway. Yeah. I also don't think we will get to sell Walsh. But whatever. Yeah, anyway, from that perspective, I think Moody is fine with one trade. Doing the overhead kicks, that doesn't serve any purpose on him. He doesn't have the attributes to pull that off. It distracts him from his general play. But it's not that horrible that it needs to be removed either. That said, I would probably do it. I think removement is probably the right choice. So, I don't know. And just for your information, Cheranol, in case you didn't notice it just yet, I removed the automatic ad skirt healing. I've had enough of it. So there's pre-roll ads now. And I've given up on it. Yeah, removal. Sorry. I know that. It's just it's been a long week. But thank you. I'm glad to stand corrected. Yeah, I might have. Nah, it's good. I'm glad if something like this happens that somebody corrects me. It always feels weird to me that other people are not like that. But I like to be corrected. I like to improve. Even though it might have been a fluke in this situation. I know that it's called removal, but sometimes, you know, this is not my native language after all. Apparently the transfer deadline is this night. So, do we need anyone? Last-ditch effort at a signing? Well, I think I can probably talk about this on stream. Colleague of mine, unspecified, recently mentioned that certain professions tend to talk about what kind of education they have more often than others. The example was law, in particular, as some sort of educational background. And, well, they expressed the opinion that people that studied something along the lines of law usually will tell you in the first sentence about 3 times. Just like those that eat plants all the time and no meat, you know? So I felt kind of hit by that, in a way, given that I talked a lot about being a computer scientist on stream, and I still identify with it, given that I spent way too long studying this kind of stuff. So, yeah. Maybe that's part of being insecure too. So, maybe everybody has their own kind of insecurity, and nobody's perfect. If that makes sense. But it would make sense in my in my situation, I think, because I always felt like I did something wrong, with respect to what I did at work, because yeah, that's what I was telling you, true. Alienating my watchers. Well, one of 2 really regular watchers, probably number 1. That's exactly what I was willing to do right now. No, in all seriousness, I think everybody's got their... In German they say, loosely translated, everybody's got their package to carry. That's some sort of common phrase here. I'm not sure how to say it in English. Their cross to bear, I guess, but that's a bit over dramatic. So it's some sort of a weaker version of the cross to bear. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for teaching me. And in my circumstances, I think educational background is something that I definitely use to, because it's part of my overall, how do I put this? The overall how I perceive myself. I do identify with being a computer scientist. I do identify with being akin to management stuff, as you can probably see here. And I do identify with being an investor, for example, and being interested in money-related topics, and also with everything that contributes to this. So in particular, that includes stuff like happiness in life and so on. And I can be very forward about this. But it also means that most of these topics are derived from some sort of insecurity. And I think it's okay to talk about this. It took too long for me to get my education finished. I did not have any financial education growing up, or not the amount I would have wanted. And what was the last one? Whatever. There's some sort of insecurity there, at least at the foundation somewhere. And this is why I got there in the first place. So... Well, yes it is, and considering the circumstances, you can certainly make an argument that it was fine. I did work for the entire time. So I had to finance it myself, more or less. It's also part of character development, is also part of it. So it's not like this is a very special story. It's just a story of somebody that maybe didn't know otherwise and wasted a lot of time on stuff that was not worth it. Well, after all, or in hindsight. That's a way to put it. But hindsight is 20/20. So I don't know. I did improve, and I consider that to be fine. Still, some stuff remains, right? Yes. Well, but importance is subjective too. Other people will say, well, you didn't enjoy life, and now you probably surpassed the middle of your life, and well, it depends. And you didn't really enjoy it, or you enjoyed it too much, or you put the wrong focus on certain things, on certain aspects. And everybody's very different with that. I would not necessarily disagree. Other people have other priorities, and that's fine. For example, this priority here is not a priority to me. It could be to other people, though. He's an amateur. We could sign him. We could even play him. Technicals are okay. I don't know, what do you think? Long shots and finishing are not good. So as an inside forward, I'm not that impressed. The mental seem to be a bit off too. Considering Imbiri is way better. Also, he's Peruvian. True. True. In my case, it was more of a... I wouldn't say it was more of a sourced in social stuff, though. I would argue that it had an influence, but in the end, everything influences some aspect of your life. So, getting the hang of X, Y, Z, each has an influence on the rest. Oh, he was injured. That's the thing. That's why he didn't play. No, this is the other one. This is the one that we loaned. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the training. We'll just sell him too. Additional focus training cannot increase jumping any further. I don't care. I want the strength to increase. But that's probably not a good idea to put up a focus, is it? You do that. Have a good meal. How do they say? Enjoy your meal, they say. Okay, he's not been good enough. Neither has Isha been. Well, Malik just came back from injury, so I won't be that nice. Nah. Who cares? He's below 6.6, we can criticize him. He had an entire week to train. Alright. Nugro. Given his performances last match, that's not good enough. And, well, we probably criticized him too. Imbiri has been praised. The thing is, he deserves it. Arianto. Arianto has been registered. He's been improving a little bit. Again. I'm still struggling with the decision to bring him in on a permanent basis or not. Medical report says no. Everything else says, yeah, I'm an 18-year-old and I have a lot of potential. Development is not Imbiri style just yet, but looking at his role as a wingback on support, I mean, his off-the-ball movement needs some major improvement and the dribbling too. The rest of it is okay-ish. So, playing him for an extended amount of time will probably mean that he will increase the off-the-ball movement to 5 or even 6. That's okay. And the rest of it is okay too. In fact, he should probably focus on his long throws and the rest will slot into place at some point. So it should be okay. Transfer window is still open. For another... I'll do it. So, we know that they want money for him. So we'll offer him 5k. They won't accept that. They want... That's slightly more. Okay. Let's offer 10k for him right now. Maybe 25k later. 15% of the next sale. I don't want to sell him anyway. And I do not expect him to score much, so we can do bonus payments after league goals. I don't know, 2.5k each. They probably won't object to that. Bonus money after all. And so now we're offering close to 50. We offered 10 and 25, so let's go with 15 and 40k. Is Arianti worth that amount of money? I'm not sure. $11k after 15, yeah, definitely. And that's also fine. I will agree to this. I will not take this. These 15 are okay, they want 44. We still offer 40. He will not make 10 international appearances, and if he does, I will happily pay the 11k. That's a transfer of up to 90k, though. I wanted to do this anyway, didn't I? This is where he tells me that he has no interest whatsoever in signing for us. That's all good. So Kipto does train well, which I'm excited about. I want him to develop a little bit, just to remain a core member of the squad, I think. Also, his teamwork needs major improvement. It really does. Cesar trains well. Well, that's good. I like that. We do need him to be reliable going forward. Is Vontoro trains well even though he doesn't develop well? Okay. Ferdiancia, well, he's getting a bit better in some areas. To be fair, dribbling is okay on him. First touch and technique are not. So this is okay. The instruction is relatable, I guess. And then we're coming into the mediocre but okay-ish territory. I don't want to focus on that too much. Alright, let me do another short break. I'll be back in a minute or two. I gotta find out when food will be ready. So, BRB. Hi. Where is it? Here it is. These wage expectations are really low. We will definitely do this. This is at the end of the transfer window though. But doesn't matter. So yeah. The only big problem with this is the contract length. Let it be 2 years. Let this be 180. Okay. Let's go with 190 and a yearly wage raise. I will keep the 2 years in here. And I also want to have this clause, if he agrees to it. And I'll happily pay him a little bit more per match. I think that's fine. Okay, let's keep that. Let's slot in the 1 year extension. Let's make include an optional extension. Let's give him that wage actually. Let's put it to 2 years, and we will try this. So that's throwing money at him. But given his potential, I think that amount of money is okay for this. We're willing to pay this. We are also willing to pay the yearly wage rise, even though I'm not a big fan of that. But I really want to get these two included. He doesn't like it. Alright. So we'll do it this way. I will throw additional money at him. Whew, he's fine with it. So now we have a player after the loan that will remain with us for 3 years. Comes in December though. That's it. He's at loan with us, I think, for the entire time. So that stuff's sorted. And it will go through at the 1st of December. Yeah. Also, where is he? Here. He'll be with us until, you know, December anyway. So that'll be okay. We got that sorted. He will be with the club. Which means we can play him more often than not. I like that. If he accepts it, that is. Way too much. It says 55k here. Let me show you. It's not been agreed on upon just yet. But I wanted to do something stupid, so this is me doing something stupid. This is the transfer deal, if that helps. So it's a potential value in excess of 90k. That's a lot. If you look at the amount it's structured though, it gets a bit more reasonable. This guy's Indonesian. As an 18-year-old, I do expect he has some potential, being fairly professional and all. Yeah, no trace whatsoever, so I like that too. It's just nothing wrong with him in particular, right? Well, the off-the-ball movement is. But overall, and the dribbling. So also long throws, whatever. I still think it's a reasonable signing. But the 15k now we can afford. We're 220k in the red, who cares about 15k? The installments we can afford. I'm not a big fan of those, but I like to delay a little bit in that case. To pay later is always good. And the league appearances. Once he made 50 league appearances, we can probably afford 11k. And if he ever makes an international appearance at all, well, if he makes it to 10, we can also afford the 11k. The rest of it, with the league goals, he will never get there. He might get to 10 goals, but he will definitely not get to 50 goals. And if he does, I'm perfectly willing to pay all of this. And the next sale, well, preferably we don't sell him at all. So, who cares? And seen from that perspective, I feel like this is an unacceptable investment. But I expect this to be around 55k, or maybe 60 or something, but not more. The 90 he will not achieve. So I hope that's okay with you. And if it isn't, well, it's done. Sorry. Also, I had a short talk with my significant other, and food will be sometime out. So it's not a pressing concern right now, other than for me, which means I need to eat chocolate. Yeah. No complaints though. I just thought I might need to wrap up streaming earlier. I don't. So we can keep this going as long as you want. You know what I'm drinking? Ugh. This stuff is poison. I still drink it. So, yeah, I will do that. Let me try water instead. Now I will do something really distasteful. Even more distasteful than drinking Coke Zero. I will mix it with water. And I will show you. So, that marks the completion of the hydrate. Also, posture check apparently. Ugh. If I do this in front of the camera, I will just show my backside section. Yeah, really, really. Lost another viewer. Thank you very much for doing that posture check stuff, though. It helped. My back, I don't know, it was probably not audible on stream, but it did some sort of nice little cracking. So, it is. Thank you very much for reminding me. That's on the internet now. No way to remove it. We will have his beard with the club. For the time being. I like that. Also fairly professional and level-headed is a really good personality. Sure, it might get a little bit better, but I'm okay with that. Overall, I'm really okay with it. I don't know about the monetary conditions of this. That said, the contract that he wanted, he wants 240 euros or something. True. Well, he is peak match fit though, so I'd rather play the others. I don't think it makes much sense to play those that are sharp if we need the others. In fact, let's throw these out. Well, okay, so who's available and does need to play? Isvantoro definitely does, so we will play him as a central defender. this guy's not available, and the other ones here, yeah, they would need to play as central defenders too. We really need an attacking player in here. We really do. Do we have somebody in the under 21s? Yeah. Same thought. Moody as a striker, really? I mean, actually, that's not needed. I just didn't look at it. We can just play them here, like this. This is the way they train anyway. So I think that's okay. And then we can just bring along everybody in the main squad first. So all of these, including Malik. And then we will slot in somebody from the under 21s. In fact, probably 3 players if we can find them. Which will be hard. I mean, who's Putra anyway? Oh, Putra's this guy. Okay, I remember Putra, yes. That's not great. He's got some jumping though. Also needs a major improvement in personality. He is a 21-year-old, yeah. He's a bit old for the under 21s. Walsh is the one destined to leave, but we might as well bring him along anyway. And Sumardi, did we sign this guy just for the personality? I think so. Very cheap and very low susceptibility to injury, though. Yeah. Sure. Let's bring him along. Why not? That settles it. Also, Ferdiancia really needs a different role here. I don't care much about any of this. Eason of tackles is probably a good idea. Eason of tackles is probably a very good idea. Well, whom would you want me to start in place of him? Or in his place. Walsh? Yeah, sure, Walsh, of course. Maybe we can sell him. Sumardi. I guess he plays as some sort of pressing forward then. Or we just play him at all. Why not? Yeah. It doesn't matter much. He can also try to play the other role, even if he's not fit for it. I would... Well, the 35-year-old is probably not worth starting. We could play... Well, Putra did play, apparently, recently, so he doesn't need it. Walsh does. But transfer window's closed, so... And I think we can specify for €0 here. You are? Well, in that case. That's Pranata, yes. Weirdly enough, that's Pranata. Not too... I wouldn't say I'm excited with... Oh, look at this. Oh! There's some development. Okay, barely. But there's some development. I think his reflexes were down at 6 prior to that. Give him another 10 years and he might be a reasonable goalkeeper. No, and to be a bit more serious about it, I think anticipation and reflexes up to 8, that's okay. He will get there. At some point. He's 24 after all, but for a goalkeeper that's not an age that, well, prohibits development at all. So, let's do this. Also, Utama needs specific instructions, in general. So, Utama is one to dribble more, take more risks, still cross towards target forward, and cross more often. Feels weird. But, well, his dribbling more is probably overdoing it. But he's got really great creative passing. His physicals are absolute trash though, so he will not remain with us at the end of the season. We will need somebody else to play alongside Arianto on the left. Well, not alongside, but to rotate Arianto in and out. Arianto cannot play the entire time. That's one thing that's bad about this signing. His susceptibility to injury is above average, so we gotta make sure that he doesn't get hurt. And we need a second player to do this. Yeah, sure. Doesn't matter. Let's go. This is a second league team. Also, we probably still play through the middle, so I want to change that. Because I do expect a win today. Whatever. There was a tactics window down there. I just ignored it. Off to a great start. Let's... Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. So they play somehow through the middle, I think. Utama takes the corner. It was targeted towards Samardi. Verdiancia skips past his marker. What's this? Negro. Verdiancia again. Will we finally see a cross? No, we see a corner. Okay. That means we can encourage the entire team. Or maybe demand more, who knows. Apparently the encouraging is okay. Sima Tupang will take the corner. And we have nothing. Moody's cross, not bad. Isvantoro, not bad either. Utama, risky pass towards Sima Tupang. Isvantoro, Utama again, that's offside, is it? Yes. This is not Champions League, this is the summer break. This is Indonesia, and in Indonesia apparently they have a break in the summer, where for some reason nobody goes on vacation. They still do some training and they do friendlies. So this is a friendly during the summer break in the first league in Indonesia. We might qualify for the Champions League though if we win the cup. Or the league. And then this would be, well, there would be Champions League. There might be Champions League matches in this time slot after all, come to think of it. Oh no. So... yeah. But thank you very much for asking. How are you doing? Mood is really slow with the dribbling despite his pace. Cross from deep, that's a good idea. Moody... well, not spoiling the result of last match. But let's just say there was a similar situation last time out. That's not really threatening. On the other hand, we are not either. We should probably look at our position instructions, shouldn't we? Let's have a look at this. This is a second league team, so we should find some weaknesses. Well, all of these are somewhat weak. It is not. It's really weird. I'm not sure what other teams do here. This is at the end of August and it's after 5 league games. So there's this weird cup competition prior to the season. Then there's a spot for friendlies in case you get thrown out of the cup. And in case you don't get thrown out of this cup, well, there's the remainder of this cup. Then there's 5 league matches. And then there's a month where there's nothing. This is between August and September somewhere, I think. Which might be the hottest, wettest months overall in Indonesia. So there's some sense to this. Might be. But... again, we're in Indonesia. It's not like Indonesia qualifies for the World Cup every single time, so... I don't understand it. This guy has... no great off-the-ball movement. We'll mark him tightly. How are you? His passing's shit. His off-the-ball movement is even worse. We will close him down and tackle him hard. Yes, this is a friendly. We will still foul him off the pitch. Okay. Do they? Well, in that case, it might be the World Cup break. It might be. I rarely watch this stuff, so... yeah, it might be. In the end, though, we have a 4-month break and... not 4 month. 4-week break. I didn't understand it. Sorry. Well, they will not qualify for World Cup or anything else anytime soon. That's not bad. Nice passing by Sumardi. Utama. Oh! What a chance for the youngster. Not bad. It's about... Well, wait, you'll probably see at some point. There's, you can basically spend bits for stickers. And I set the price to a whole bit per sticker. And that sticker will be glued onto the screen. So, if you want to put it that way, it's a way to monetize the channel. Because, I don't feel like subscriptions are a right way to price it. And in that case, you can at least influence the stream in some way by posting a funny sticker with a sound. I also did individual stickers, but I don't know. Sharon Nollet uses that from time to time, and the bot will probably spam that message into the stream once an hour, and I think about after 30 messages. So I configured it to not do that very much. There it is! Sumardi scored. The youngster scored a goal. We'll take that. Yes, it's a friendly. And he will probably not make an appearance anytime soon in the first team, but...
Headshot.
That's a sticker. Yeah, so this is how it works. Nice foul. I like that. Given that he's not a target forward, he does play well as a target forward so far. He has 3 points of jumping range and 4 points of strength. Yeah, it's a fluke goal. Him scoring a header. Nice technique. Sumardi again. Not a bad pass. I like this guy. Well, I like his performance in this match so far. Eco. Utama's risky pass towards Isha, that's well played, and that's just a corner. Man, Isha. Oh, the sticker party overlay. I'm sorry, I misread that, Ace. The sticker party overlay is, well... If we spend another 940 bits on stickers, which is quite a lot, so that would mean using 940 stickers, given the prices that I configured, there would be, I think, a 1 minute time slot where everybody could spend spam every sticker without paying for it. So I would love to configure that to maybe 10, but 1,000 is the lowest that they can that this can go. Yeah, I think so too, Charonolot. Maybe that's it. Or maybe it's just his spirited personality and he wants to do a good job. Who knows? But it's definitely open for interpretation. That's offside, isn't it? Yes. So I hope that explanation didn't come too late, Ace. Now, if I were to be an attractive female in a bathtub, that sticker party probably would happen more often. I'm not though, so it never happened. Have fun. I always told myself, okay, if I would spam, if I would ever get spammed by stickers, I'm not sure if I would disagree with it. In the end, I get something for it. Well, if I ever make it to the payout stages on Twitch at all, but in theory you get something for it, so that's okay. Also, you can always configure that sticker plugin. Maybe I was in a past life. Then again, maybe I was, I don't know, a chinchilla or something. Who knows? Probably a cat, come to think of it. I could. But I'm still trying to figure out, well, there's a problem with that. So if I play it on stream, all of the stuff is, well, it's burned into the video. And to be frank about it, YouTube has been doing way better than Twitch. So whilst I can play it on stream, I'd rather play it for YouTube, even if that's not very streamer friendly. Because on YouTube I can cut the episode and just do it in a manner that fits for YouTube. And YouTube has been more receptive to my content after all. So playing Baldur's Gate on stream doesn't make much sense. Yeah, I guess that's the way I want to put it now. But I'm not sure if I want to play Baldur's Gate free or Jagged Alliance free or maybe some older games next. There's also the opportunity to play some other stuff here on stream. I mentioned Cigarette from time to time. Yeah, okay. Well, as far as I'm aware, you do own Baldur's Gate 3 at this point, right? What do you think of it so far? Is it any good from your perspective? I mean, you're not a big fan of role-playing games or Dungeons and Dragons in general, right? As far as I'm aware. You're definitely not the nerd sitting around playing pen and paper usually, as far as I can tell. So, would you say that Baldur's Gate 3 is a good game? I mean, I did play some of it, but I think everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Alright, that's good but not great. It wasn't on. But what we can do actually is, I think we can go down the wings. They did not go through the middle in particular, and I think it showed. So, overall I'm okay with this. I'll tell them not to get complacent. Because complacency is always a thing in these games. Eco doesn't play well, we'll tell him he's fired up. That's good. He wants to, he appreciates being challenged, so I guess I will not warn him about his bad performance. Same with Moody. I don't know. nice tackle by Isha. For an attacking player, that was a really nice tackle. Overall, though, I do very much enjoy the fact that most of these players have acceptable ratings. If this were to be a league game, I would be... Oh, come on, this wasn't a foul. I would be very... I wouldn't say excited, but I would be good with this. Okay. Well, I did play the tutorial and not the first chapter, but all the way to the chapel. So not that far, obviously. And I did put it on the highest difficulty level just because, you know, I'm a Dungeons and Dragons nerd overall. So I know the systems pretty well. I did not die. That said, I'm very familiar with this stuff. So that doesn't tell you much. But overall, I think I will probably die at some point. And it's also, it feels weird to say this, but I'm used to the Divinity games. Well, in particular, Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, which were the games that Larian did prior to Baldur's Gate 3. So, slots in a second one. He really wants to play in the league. He's not registered for it, so he doesn't stand a chance. At least I think so. But in the end, I think that all contributes to the fact that I was okay with Baldur's Gate 3. You killed a level 8 and a level 4 dude in the tutorial. I don't even know who you're talking about. So... not sure. Oh, the commander. Okay. Well. That's a good save. Also a good free kick by Nugro, and we should probably rotate. We'll see. I might do a Baldur's Gate 3 for YouTube. I think that's more reasonable. Just due to the pacing. Because on stream you have so much trash talk in between, which I very much enjoy. Like right now. But it's not viable for YouTube at all. And well, I'm not streaming to 2,000 people, right? So, yeah. I will probably do it to YouTube, if I do it. That said, I will be absent sometime until, well, the next stream will happen. Afterwards I will be absent for some time. So there will be a gap anyway. And afterwards the hype of Baldur's Gate 3 probably will start to die down, or there will be established series. So I timed that really nicely. So that will probably not be the big breakthrough. What we will do, we will play Malik as a comeback from injury. We will play Hillman just because we can. For Pranata. Yulianto is complacent already, so we play him anyway. This is a friendly after all, same with him. A Walsh. Samardi is on 2 goals. Let's keep Samardi on, why not? Tabuni can come on. He needs some match sharpness. Given that he's a first team player, I think that's really vital. And between these two, I would probably play Cesar. Yeah, let's go on like this. Apparently, Yulianto is even motivated for some reason. Yeah. The Hearts of Iron series came to an end rather abrupt, and I still want to do a video about that too. It's not all released yet, but no major spoilers. It doesn't go to episode 50. So I want to do some sort of lessons learned video there, because, well, I feel like there's a different target audience, if that makes sense. On Twitch it's more or less Chernallet and Mies, and some other people from time to time, which I very much appreciate. On YouTube though, this seem to be, well, Hearts of Iron people. I guess that makes sense, right? So, I don't know. Maybe the streaming and the YouTubey stuff just don't fit very well with each other. Because uploading streams is not the way you do stuff on YouTube. I will still do that, but the episode style is probably better for Let's Plays. And to be frank, there's like 500,000 people a day that do some sort of playthrough stuff, so it's not like I'm the first one with that idea. I'm probably 20 years late with that. Was YouTube around 20 years ago? Probably not. You know, whenever YouTube got released. Back in the ages when Total Biscuit was still alive. It's at the times when, whatever. That's offside. 2-0 is fine, let's praise him. In particular, Sumardi. Really great game. Well done by Tabuni. Oh, what a ball! That's not bad either. Isha's not the fastest guy on the pitch. Good dribble though, Sumardi. That would have been the hat-trick. Would have been, could have been, should have been. And, yeah, I think so too. And with respect to Check the Lines 3, which I don't think is a bad game, I just feel it has its flaws, and I'm not sure, well, it's very simple. There's Arianto there. My biggest concern with this is, I'm really bad at doing a full playthrough of a game. At all. You know, I'm this kind of person that just starts over all the time. If something happens that I don't like very much, well, not at the first degree of offense, but at some point I have no problems with starting over. I enjoy this, the build-up phase, very much. I also enjoy early game in most games very much, and I do not enjoy late game that much in most of these. So from that perspective, I'm a really bad YouTuber, or streamer in general. And part of the YouTubey stuff is, or the episode stuff, for me is to just go on with things. Not start out at a new football club. Well, okay, in Football Manager I rarely did that. Kinda don't have that problem in Football Manager because it doesn't have an end, or an end game. Or I never get to it. But in other games I sometimes do that. And I feel like Check the Lines, even though I like Check the Lines 3, I would probably not do a full playthrough. And that doesn't feel like a valuable or vital... Nice save. That doesn't feel like a good decision for YouTube. So... I don't know. It's kind of contrary to the way I play games. In the end I like long saves. I'm just bad at doing them. So in a way I'm trying to teach myself to be more consistent with what I started. Feels wrong to put it like this. Because, well, if you know me in real life, you know that I'm not in particular very fickle or something. So, I don't know. It's just in PC gaming, really, that I can't seem to see games through to the end. And I want to. So, maybe that's self-educational. Walsh scores his first goal. Also, he will not do that in the first league anytime soon, but he's doing it in a friendly. He could try to become an Indonesian, then we can play him. At the age of 35 though. You really want my job? Nobody on these streams knows what I do for a living in real life, so yeah, at least I hope so. So be careful with that. I don't think you want that. The manager job here in Football Manager though, yeah, you can have that. I'll send you the save file, no big deal. Not a bad cross. Moody... that's not bad either. Arianto, Ferdiancia. That's not the target, man, that's a shot towards goal. Most importantly, nobody got hurt so far. That's really the most important aspect of this entire friendly to me. Yulianto. Walsh doesn't win the header. Eco does. Isha. Well done. Evades free. Moody. Well, it's Walsh. Still, Moody's cross was fine. I feel like that's a problem that often exists with Moody. Not all of his actions are really shitty, it's just he needs to do them on a more consistent basis. And then he would gain some assists and so on, and that would probably accelerate his development if there's any of it to be had at all. Cuts back. Nice one. See? So, Sharon Knowles will take my job, probably. Be aware, though, that playing Moody is required, apparently. Forget about signing a striker for 1.2k a week. Who cares? We'll just use the trash. Apparently they are perfectly capable to score too. This is a League 2 team, by the way. So we would have gotten promoted with Walsh and whatever the name of the youngster was. I don't think so. Works fine so far though. Do they have enough? They don't. Malik. That should be it. Thank you very much for clipping that. Hopefully it doesn't contain me. No, I didn't sing this stream. So, that's a plus. Okay. Is just asking, is there anything in particular other than Football Manager? No, 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 no. Not at all. I'm okay with this. It was good. No particular praises needed, I think. Sumardi is the name. So we need an additional occasion for a friendly, I think. And we have a problem organizing... it's not organizing. We have a problem getting another team to play us. I will do this every time, and it's gotta be true, because this is a rhyme. Probably not that well done. Rhyming in foreign languages is not my strong suit. There was an episode of Critical Role that I watched recently, where there was some sort of troll or ogre as a gatekeeper on a portal, and that beast wanted to be conversed with. I hope that's the way to put it. In rhymes. So everybody on the table was all of a sudden was forced to rhyme. I loved it. Because these are all artists. They all can rhyme and sing and stuff. They were utterly incapable of doing good rhymes in this situation. All of a sudden. It was really funny. Don't ask me which episode it was though. Somewhere in campaign 3 around between 40 and 50. I don't know where it is exactly. Yeah, was a highlight of the stream to me. I think somebody in the YouTube comments said that this was Matthew Mercer's, so the Dungeon Master's revenge for the players pulling some sort of fake orgy style situation on him at some point during the game. To be fair, if it was, it worked. Maybe I'll show her, depending on what's the content. Speaking of, so I need to go to the kitchen and ask what's the plan with food. Well, I don't necessarily need to, but I want to. So I'll be back in a second. We'll probably skip a bit forward though. Rapping. I just had an idea. So I'm strictly doing this for the stream. I'm not doing this because it's the right way to phrase it, right? Also, this will get me demonetized, whatever, yeah? But, yo bro, wait a sec, gotta see my hoe. Hi! Okay, so I got approximately another half an hour, maybe. Just guessing. So we might not get to another match. That said, Sumardi. He's a decent finisher. Oh yeah, that's a problem. I wanted to loan him out, but he didn't want to go. I think he needs to play somewhere. And he might just play in League 2 somewhere. I mean, we cannot register him for the first team. Let's have a look if we can include another friendly. So, there's no cheap opponents here, other than Godzilla, which we play all the time. He is. So, not a candidate for much development any longer. I think that's one of these decisions that we made based on the personality in hopes that he would just improve somehow. He didn't. For now. Can we play anyone else here? There's just random no-name teams there. That will not get anyone into the stadium. I mean, obviously we can play one of them. Might be a little bit to the detriment of the club though. That's better. So, I guess we go for an away team and play one of these crappy teams here. Whatever that is. Sorry about all the Indonesians that will watch this and say Mojokerto Putra is a really important team. I wasn't aware. And we'll also play uncut. For whatever reason. That's better, right? Still, we'll probably not get this done now. If we don't skip forward very fast. But going back to the initial conversation, it isn't. But going back to that old conversation, are there other games, Chernalot, that you are kind of familiar with or want to see, say, on YouTube? If you watch that stuff at all, I don't know. Because I have a hard time figuring out what the target audience is overall, if that makes sense. So obviously in your case, it's somehow related to Football Manager. But do you also enjoy, I don't know, role-playing aspect or management aspect, or what is it? Is there something that you would feel like that's alright? Because, for example, I don't know, you like grand strategy games or whatever, or you like role-playing games or games. Is there something familiar like this in your case? Or is it strictly sports and football? They play over the wing. Of all the grand strategy games he picks, Civ. Yeah, in that case I can probably recommend, well, there's no way around Filthy Robot for Civilization. And I wholeheartedly can recommend Filthy Robot's content in that situation. I think I would not be able to do anything better than he does. He's really great. Also, I like basically all of the grand strategy games, with the exception of Civilization. I respect your opinion, though. Maybe I'll touch it at some point. He's been placed on a loan. No, definitely not interested. Not in a striker that dwells on ball. Hidayat. He plays 1-2s. That's not the worst idea on him, but I'm not exactly inspired by the prospect of signing him. Stephen Putra. I mean, in comparison to Arianto, this is really bad. So no. He's unambitious. Off to a great start, and it barely gets any better if we look at the attributes. It's not horrible. But as I said, he's unambitious, and we have like 5 defensive midfielders in the squad, so definitely not. He wants to leave. This is a combination of traits that I really like on a central defender. So I'm okay with this. Jumping reach is shit though. That said, ball winning midfielder, he would be fine. He's Indonesian. Okay. So, okay. So maybe I will do that cigarette stuff after all. I realized that this is not, well, it's a shooter. It's probably not what you expect, but then I should definitely do that. So I will, maybe I can do that. Recording episodes in that sort of game is much easier than doing repeated streaming. So maybe I should do that. Or we should just do a bonus stream playing cigarette at some point. I'm really interested in this guy. The problem is he's too expensive. And we do not need him this season. Oh, look at these clauses. Oh. No, I have not. What's hell let loose? I have not. Looks like... Is this a World War II shooter? Okay. It's $45. Interesting. But okay, that goes on the onto the list of recommendations. Definitely. I have this somewhere on my desktop. Give me a second. What do you think of this guy? He's got an active clause for 35k apparently. 37. Probably to be played like this. It's this first team material. This world of mine? I know this war of mine. What's this world of mine? Are we talking about this war of mine? This war of mine? Well, okay, this war of mine is not fun at all. So, but yeah, it might be fun. True. I very much respect that game. I really do. I never did a full playthrough. I played it though. And this war of mine should be really cheap these days. It's a great game overall. From I guess from an artistic point of view. Also, sadly, the topic is quite relevant these days. So I feel like that's not a bad idea. Maybe I should do that. That's good. That's a really good recommendation. Very much appreciated. I will put this on a paper now. And what was the other one? Hell let loose. Yeah, coming back to Football Manager though, what do you think of this guy? Is this worth the effort? Personality is balanced and media friendly, so not a great role model. In comparison to Sukipto, in particular, Sukipto is way faster for some reason. Well, if we could get him for cheap, say, due to the fact that they want to pay his wages, then all of a sudden I would be interested. So we'll make an offer. We'll say they pay part of his wages, and we'll lowball it. Something like this. He wants to leave. They probably want him to leave. Oh, it's unacceptable. Well, in that case. It's just stupid. Have an even lower offer. Maybe they accept it. So, remember back when we were talking about Owen and if he's suited to play with the within our club at all? Looking at the attribute distribution right now, I really feel kind of weird. Owen's reflexes are worse. His kicking is a bit worse. His agility is a bit worse. Decision making too. But overall, I do not feel like he's really that bad. And this one's declared as a star player for his club, and Owen is declared as a backup and also 2-star for some reason. If he makes it to another attribute point in kicking, reflexes, and anticipation, all of a sudden he will be 4-star. Maybe. So I don't know. I don't want this guy. He's too expensive and he's too old. Tolib. As a shadow striker in this role, nope, and he is not fit to be a target man. Santosa. What shall we do with this guy? He's a winger. He's not bad. In fact, he's actually okay. Just doesn't fit our playing style. Andre Ibrahim. The wage is fine, the transfer value is really high. Skill set is... Is this considered to be impressive these days? I don't think so. So I'm not interested. That's it. No more recommendations. This war of mine is also in GOG, right? Yeah, there's this War of Mine complete edition on GOG. 26 bucks. that includes the story season pass and the Little Ones DLC, which I did not play. So this might be a good idea. Should also run on Windows 10 rather nicely. It was released in 2018. Feels like this has been ages ago that this game was released, but apparently it was released much later than I thought. Yeah. Probably not fun to watch though. On the other hand, I guess in particular with this type of game, dying is part of the fun. If there's any fun in this atmosphere to be had at all. The transfer story leaked. Are you kidding me? Yes, of course we will adjust the budget. What's with the wage budget anyway? Where is it? We used 12k of that. So we have the money. It's well within budget. This is just for me to pronounce it. This is why they get it all the time. It's a tight phi. Hopefully that's okay. As a German, this is a tongue breaker. Okay. Alright, so I have approximately another 20 minutes. This will not be enough to play the friendly. I'll skip forward until the start of the friendly, and then I will probably end up wrap up the stream. And do the rest of it next time out, which should be on Monday. No reason not to do it on Monday. So far. The transfer... it just got rejected. Well, in that case... let's be a little bit more reasonable. Reduce this and make another offer. And we'll just go incrementally from there. Because we have very much all the time in the world for this. Or we loan him in. But then again, we don't need him right now. We might need him next season. Hmm. Okay. So what's there to say in general about all of this? Performance in the league was okay. Not to spoil Jaron Nollett, so you can still watch the last match. The friendly was okay. Still got rejected. We'll try to pay some installments, won't we? Like, I don't know, 5k maybe. And do the same all over again. I'm not sure if I'm kind of... I don't want to spend too much on that transfer, given that I'm not that convinced of his personality. I should probably compare him to Isvantoro and so on. If he's not any better, that's a good idea, actually. I should do that. That's really bad. Fuck that. So, he's out. Could have been a... Well, no. Could have been a decent defensive midfielder, but whatever. Let's go back to Gunnavan. Let's compare him to Isvantoro for a while. Just as an example. So he's better than Isvantoro. Is he also better than Echo? Echo? Now things are getting awfully close. So, whilst he is better, in a way, Echo is not really bad, is he? And he's 3 years younger. I would argue that Echo probably can get there. Echo can still be formed as a personality. Also, his personality is fairly ambitious. So, that's a better personality from the get-go. And media-friendly, which I'm not a big fan of. Is there anyone else in here that might be suited for comparison? Not so much. I mean, the central defenders and so on, but I don't think so. I think that's about it. So, we'd rather get Echo, also due to the price tag, also due to the fact that his contract runs out. I'm not overly excited by the prospect of signing Echo either, though. So, not sure about that. I love it. Yeah. Well, we also need to deal with the goalkeeper situation at some point. We need another goalkeeper that can replace Pranata at the end of the season. It's a long way to go. Well, it's not even at the end of the season. It's the season after. We sent him for another 2 for some reason. To be fair, he can be back up. He's just too expensive to be back up. So, I don't know. We're sitting in 7th spot right now. Oh, this is a spoiler. Never mind. Sorry, Jaron Nollett. That just happens. Okay. But I think this is the right time to wrap up the stream. We will not do much anymore right now. And maybe I can... It's not doing the dishes if you put them on the table, is it? Whatever. You know, participate in the cooking effort or something. So I'll do that now. Thank you all very much for watching. I will see you all on Monday or on YouTube. or in case if you watch this later on YouTube, you're very welcome to come over to Twitch at some point. Special thanks to Sharon Nolan again for watching all of this, and also everybody else. Have a good night, and I will see you all next time. Bye!